And we are live. Uh, Welcome everybody to today's stream. Today we're doing viewer requests. Finally decided to appease the viewers. A lot of people have been requesting that I try out different things. So I thought, let's make a stream where that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, so Kwalana in chat, you said you have 2 deck lists you'd like to suggest. Sure, you can suggest 2. I'll probably just play one of them. But yes, you're free to request 2. So the way it's going to work is people can request whatever they want, but I'm going to pick based on my preference what I think sounds fun. I believe you were requesting this one, the Imp Consume Anarch last time. Is that correct? Because I was thinking about possibly starting with that before we get other requests. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to prioritize requests that are made during the stream. And if we run out of those, or if I don't feel like doing any of those, I'll go to the old requests and pick from those. All right, so that's a yes to the Consume Anarch. All right, do you want to send the deck list, or do you prefer if I just like freestyle build an Imp Consume Anarch instead? Actually, I realized that my face is a bit too big. There we go. I'm probably gonna have to move it anyway when deck building. So if I go to the deck builder, and by the way, I'm not sure what ID it would be. Hoshiko is typically the default. So if I'm over here, that's better. Yes, we can. So if we do Hoshiko, your second deck list. Did you post a deck list? Yeah, I did see one already posted. You can post it in chat too. Like, just post the deck list in chat. It's probably easier for me, so I don't have to search for it. But this concept of the Consume Anarch with imps, it maybe predates even this build. I'm not sure, but this was certainly the best result ever for a deck like that. The impressive Hoshiko from Worlds 2020. Limes brought home the event with a pretty unconventional Anarch list. And people have tried to do this in different ways. You have the versions with loop. For example, this list that was pretty popular. So you can go about it in different ways. You can try to have Nub Kiri as your console, and that makes it so you can keep putting virus counters on the imp, so you never run out of opportunities to trash things. And then you have Consume that gets virus counters when you trash things that you get lots of money from. The other build is with Friday Chip, but this is something that's not infinite. So you have Friday Chip to it gets a virus counter when you trash a corp card, and then you can move that virus counter to another, to a program, I guess. Yeah, to a virus program at the start of your turn. But if you run out of things to trash, then technically you could run out of the ability to trash cards to use Imp. You have 3 Imps though, so that's a lot. And the Friday Chip. And I believe so. There's Kolana's list, I believe, was it Hoshiko? I think so. but I'm not sure. Yes. It's called Everything's Better as Hoshiko. All right, so this is their version. Yep. So I will just I'll just try to build it however I would go about it. Yes, so this one is using knobkiri as well. And that's fine, I think. So the big problem with knobkiri is it has this huge upfront cost when we install it. But the fact that it makes the imp sort of infinite is quite nice. This list is only playing one consume, so not as all in on that, and then is going for gachapon to get the consume eventually. And also he's using the optimizers to try to get more memory. So personally, I feel like that's too many pieces. I would probably try to reduce the amount of pieces. But okay, let's try to build a list. So we start with the obvious stuff like Sure Gamble. And I like to play DreamNet in Hoshiko, so at least one. And let's make a knobkiri variant. And we can do, of course, Imp. So we have Imp. Maybe we don't even need to be playing 3 Imps if we have 2, like if we're playing knobkiri as our console. That's another question maybe we should answer. At least 1 Paladin, at least 3 Laundry. Then the typical, we're filling in some kind of typical template and our cards. Like you do play Steelskin Scarring in basically all of these. And let's go with Gachapon 2. That's gonna help us find our cards, I guess. And also, I guess, can sort out some dead draws. Now, we want to be playing Consume. And you can do this in several ways. Some people just like to play 2 Consume because it's such a powerful card in this deck. Maybe that's good. It's very influence heavy though. And some of the most powerful lists, they have been using things that give them extra multi-access on HQ to make this even better. So you see more of the cards in hand. You can have more of a choice as to what you're trashing when you get into HQ. Yeah, like this card was playing Docklands Pass, a similar thing, except it's once per turn. But it's cheaper to install. They're both the same influence cost. And of course, you can't play the HQ interface anymore. So you can have 1 consume and then try to find that 1 consume. Or you can play 2 consumes. 3 consumes is probably crazy because like how badly do you really need it? You could also play self-modifying code as like a cheap way to find, or not a cheap way in the game, but a cheap way outside of the game to find, to add an extra way to find the consume. So you pay only 3 influence for a self-modifying code. So you could, for example, play 2 SMC and 1 consume. Something like that you might do perhaps if you're playing Freedom to be able to find the consume more easily. Depends on what you want to be spending the influence on. Well, Mutual Favor can only fetch Icebreakers. So it doesn't work for consume, unfortunately. So, okay. How do we want to do it? I'm going to say... another question is like, do you want to have 2 consumes installed or just 1? It doesn't actually cost memory, which is nice. So let's try to think about our rig. I mean, we need some breakers too. We can add those. Let's start with like 2 of each. So MK Ultra Paperclip. And there's Orchestra. And then, yeah. A question is if we want to go for this extra accesses from a Dockland pass or something like that. That could be nice. I don't know if we want to spend our influence on that. So the self-modifying code is nice. Influence, like not as heavy on influence, but I don't like the extra cost that we would have to pay. So let's say that we play 2 consumes. We have the gachapons to find it more easily. And I think I'd like to be on 2 Dreamnet, especially because we have moshing and gachapon, and Dreamnet is really strong. Let's do the same with Poemu. So this list is starting to take shape. We have 5 influence left over to spend. One thing we want to do, we want to be able to get into servers, of course. An obvious thing to add is Fermenter and Botulus. Although a problem is if you're already super virus heavy, then purges become better the more viruses you have in play. However, with Knobkiri, I guess we can always just get the imp counter back anyway. But probably going and the Botulus regenerate, but maybe Fermenter and Consume is a bit much. We should also think about, so we're basically paying 3 memory for these, and we would be paying a maximum of 3 memory for the Botuli, or however, whatever the plural is for that. And then we could have 1 memory left over for an imp. So maybe this is good enough. The anti-purge card is, what is that one called again? Acacia? Is that it? Yeah, Acacia. If the core purges virus counters, we can gain a credit for each virus counter removed. It's a cool card, but it's not something I want to go for. It seems like too much work. I want to keep the deck simple and neat. Maybe 2 imps is enough, because all we need is to ever find 1. Although I guess if we have 2, we can trash more than 1 card. Let's say 2 for now, and we need some more money cards probably, and also figure out what we want to do with this influence. So I'm thinking that, yeah, something like Boomerang is probably good. I liked it in the other Hoshiko list. And then you could add tech, but I'm not going to add tech cards right away. So you could add tech for the Dice to Doomblade build, like for Loki and stuff like that. Maybe you add Citadel Sanctuary for tag-based decks, although we are able to trash the tagging cards. Maybe let's do 1 Boomerang, 1 Fenris, and 1 Docklands Pass. So this seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, Caldera the problem is, like, I feel like you never, like, it's so expensive to use that you rarely feel like you're actually solving the problem with it. It can help slightly, but then again, it's unusable in other cases. So if I'm not forced to include it, I will not. But yeah, and it's also very, like, teched out. So we're going to do a pretty generic one that's not too teched out for anything, and see how that goes. And we need some other money cards. I'm skipping the Fermenter. Actually, maybe another Boomerang instead of the Docklands Pass. Let's do 3 imps, because that's like our whole idea. To start getting the money, and then maybe some liberated accounts for more money. Maybe I feel like I'm missing some really important event. Now this looks fine. 2 liberated is probably enough. And then what else can we add? We have like full rig in mind with Botulus. Maybe a Stargate. I would say so Friday chip. When we trash a corp card, we can put a virus counter on it. So we could feed consume with this. let's say we go with yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Going in, trashing a card, having a virus counter left over. I don't hate the idea. I'll try it. The only problem is it adds more cards that are only really useful. Actually, no, let's not do it. I don't want more cards that are only usable once we already have everything in place. I feel like if anything, I would want things that speed it up. Maybe give some longevity in terms of cards. So we have 2 boomerangs to get into servers. We have the Imp. We have some burst economy. Are we satisfied there? Yeah. So probably we're only gonna, let's see. Okay. Oh, I'm forgetting Hippo. Hippo is especially good with with this kind of build because it triggers consume. So now we have too many cards, and it's kind of hard to drop something, but yep, let's drop Liberated, I think. Okay, so we have a list. This is like a take on the deck, but instead of the multi-axis, we are favoring. So yeah, a few different changes from what it looked like back in Worlds 2020. We're trying to have the boomerang to be able to get into servers earlier, more easily. Maybe that's a mistake. You can always add Docklands Pass instead, I guess, if this is a problem. There's also the possibility to have more than one imp installed. You know what? I kind of want to see how the Docklands Pass looks, so let's include at least just the 1 copy. So let's do this. So this is a pretty generic, non-teched version of the deck, and we'll take it for a spin. So we call it just Imp Hosh, and yeah, and we'll go with that. And for the rest of the people watching, if you have a deck idea that you want to see me try, that you want me to deck build, or you can send me a deck list that I can base my deck off of as well, or just an established deck that you would like to see played and discussed, then feel free to post in the chat, and I'm keeping track of the viewer requests that I see, and you can remind me if I forget. So we got a question in chat from Diogenes that I will reply to in just a second. Yeah, so the question was, why not go for Leech with Buzzsaw and Mimic for cheaper runs? Yeah, so my typical issue with well, there's a few things. So first of all, having bin breakers means you don't have to install them until you actually make the run. So you don't commit the cash until you're actually going for it. And by playing breakers that you can't pitch with moshing, not only do you need to pre-install the breakers before you're running with them, you also don't want to be trashing them with moshing. So moshing has fewer targets. That's another issue. Another problem with that is if we go for breakers that aren't really good until we have Leech, then you're making it so you have a lot of things you need to pre-install before you actually can start interacting and doing things. And I don't want to wait that long. I think we'll be too slow. And I think the strength, we're instead trying to utilize the strength of Botulus for generic breaking strength once we pay the upfront cost of going through the ice with our kind of shitty bin breakers. Paperclip is good though. And then we're also gaining money when we're trashing with Imp. So I guess the idea is that that's going to compensate for the high breaking cost. That's how it works in general with Anarch. And you also have Hippo, so sometimes you only have to pay the breaking cost of the ice the one time. Also, maybe this deck should be on Stargate and stuff, but we're trying it without Stargate for the moment. You could play it with Stargate and Mad Dash, of course. So let's go for it. Up against Architect. Okay. And it's PD. And this hand looks good. We're keeping it. We have a great moshing target here, the Steel Skin Scarring and the MK. And also Dreamnet on the starting hand, so that's pretty perfect. All right, we got a hedge and and ice on HQ. Right. So we can fit up to 3 Botulus in our rig. So I don't really want to moshing it away. So we could play the Dreamnet and go for R&D and see what we draw, I think. We want to flip Hoshiko anyway. See Gatekeeper. Get a daily cast that we can't install right now. So I think we can moshing that. That's okay, because I want to see some more cards. And yeah, question. We saw Gatekeeper up top. I should also take a note of that. So we saw Gatekeeper. And yeah, I guess maybe just blindly install Botulus, but then of course there's a risk of magnet. But we're okay with it. We're gonna risk it. So yeah, freedom, as Diogenes is saying, it is a consideration. But one thing that I don't like about freedom is you don't get any extra setup speed with him. And because this kind of idea requires, already is kind of has a problem with the setup speed. You have like a few different things that you kind of want to get rolling before you're doing anything at all. Then Hoshiko kind of makes sense because she accelerates your setup. That doesn't mean freedom would be bad. I mean, we've seen freedom do pretty well last year at Worlds, for example, where basically the whole boat Shiko was ported into freedom. So it's not like it's definitely not a good idea or anything like that. Okay, so an agenda is trying to be pushed over here. We saw Gatekeeper, so it's kind of likely that the ice is Gatekeeper. We could play the Gachapon and just see what we get. Sort of like that idea. We can get a paperclip for 2 credits. Not really what I was going for. Yeah, not super duper ideal. I don't really want to be installing the paperclip right now. And we already have another one in hand, so we can remove the paperclip from the game. And what else? Hippo and I guess Steel Skin. The other ones are things we kind of want to see right now. Oh yeah, there was a Meteor Mining request. I'm gonna add that to the list. Is that a serious request though? Oh, I shuffled back the Clippy? Oh, whoops. No install. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, we shuffled back the DJ and 2 laundries, I think. Okay, so a score is threatened here. Docklands would not be terrible, I suppose. And just hit HQ. Unless this is Magnet, that would be annoying. But if there are any agendas there, we will see them. Yeah, so we know there's Gatekeeper, so we know we can't really contest this server. Seamless launch and big deal, which we don't have cash to pay for that right now. Yeah, so this is the problem. Our hand is just full of non-money cards when we need money early. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm unlucky or if we didn't put enough early money in the game. But here I think we can just draw and pitch the paperclip. Now we have laundry for next turn. So there's seamless launch. Oh, and it's GFI. So that's good at least. It's not a score that gives tempo, so we're happy about that part. Right, so now we can laundry R&D. We get a luminal, that's pretty good. And what else? I think we can draw here. Gamble and Botulus on the ice that we know is Gatekeeper. It should be decent. And I'll get some water. Okay, Kaggleskab is serious about the Meteor Mining. All right, that means I have to oblige. Well, it's on the list. I don't pick I don't do all the things on the list, but I listen to all the requests, so it's on the list. Okay, another ice installed and a card in the remote. Right, so here we can start getting Knobkier value. Gamble, consume, Knobkier. Look at R&D. Place a virus counter on the consume. And we see a Gatekeeper. So while this guy's thinking, oh, he's resting Rashida now? All right, yep. Let's look at Meteor Mining. I believe the runner has to have 2 tags. We want them to have 2 tags and then we can boom them. Otherwise we gain 7. All right. We know what we're going for. All All right, Kegel Scub. See you later. Right, so we can take credit, gamble, check HQ to get that consume counter. And now we have the imp. We can trash the big deal to get another counter on consume. Seems decent. And the seamless launch. Maybe a good time to pop the consume. I think so. Seems like a good opportunity for him to purge here. And we got an off-world scored with seamless. Assume we really got to be contesting the scores. We go for imp and laundry HQ, and now we can finally start imping things, so we can get maybe that seamless out of hand. We were pretty lucky in drawing the Docklands Pass because we're only playing one copy. So trigger Dreamnet and we place on consume. We imp the seamless launch for sure. And we can trash the Trank Grid too if we want to. That seems pretty good. Well, not great. But also not terrible. I'll do it. Get another virus counter. Yeah, we'll just take the money again. Put down Poema. Okay, so we have stolen the Luminal. We think there's no seamless in hand. So essentially, we're not scared of never advanced scores anymore. But the ice on the server 1 could be magnet, for example, which means we can't really get in here. We would need orchestra and we don't have it. So that's our biggest problem right now. Okay, and he might be going for something like that. Installing and advancing is kind of screaming that there is a magnet on the server. So I think we have to try to draw for orchestra. Boomerang doesn't really do it either, if that is the case. Yeah, so we can moshing and hope to see it. Can get rid of Dreamnet, Paladin, and Imp. There's the orchestra. So we can install and run. Is that enough? So we'll be at 14. We'll be at 11. Yeah, we have to pay 6 for Gatekeeper, but we get in. Oh. That was a misclick. We have to check this, yeah. Yep, there's the magnets. Unfortunate. And we didn't have the clicks to install the hippo. So we can break this. And we get a trigger. We can place a virus counter on consume. And we steal the off-world. Yeah, we want the points. Then we can pitch. Yeah, which one do we pitch? Consume? I think we pitch moshing because we don't really need more cards now. Well, I guess it could be a mistake if we need burst money. kind of easy for us now to get into the remote, I think. So probably has to be reinforced with another ice. Another spin doctor. All right, installing some stuff in the remote. And we get a daily cast for the turn. So nothing can be scored here right now. If we trash a seamless out of HQ. So we could play another consume, make this even better. That's probably good. And let's hit HQ. Let's find the seamless launch. I guess there could be 2 seamless launches, and then that's a problem. But it seems unlikely. Place a virus counter here. Don't need to care about the gatekeeper. I guess we trash the hedge fund then. We didn't see a seamless launch, and we're just gonna... I feel like we have to gamble that the last card wasn't seamless. Get money on the consumes. And we can install Botulus on the gatekeeper, I think. And maybe we lose. Nope, it's Rishido. We're fine. So we're still alive. Still going strong. Yeah, double consume now. And we have Hippo. It's hard to find the clicks to even install the daily cast with the consumes on the board, because you're just clicking them so much. He shuffles back Rashida and hedge fund. And he's still drawing for cards. Replacing the ice on HQ. And a card in the remote. Okay. So now there's some chance that there is that there is seamless in HQ. So Hippo here doesn't seem terrible. To weaken the remote. Seems quite fine. And we also trigger the consumes when using the Hippo. If we get in and there's no anoetic, we can and there's Managarm, we can still pay the clicks to get through Managarm. Of course, there could be Mavers here. But that's still okay. We trash it, we get virus counters back. Yeah, there's Managarm. So we breach. And spending 2 clicks I think makes sense. Yeah, we spend the 2 clicks. Trigger DreamNet for a card, and we can place a virus counter on Imp. And we see what this card is first. Tranquility. Yeah, I think we trash that with Imp. And then we can trash the skunk normally. And now he basically has to purge. So we're gaining some more time. Yeah, there's the purge. We can boomerang on HQ though, and keep getting the triggers, which I like. Yep. So we boomerang on HQ. And we just keep farming. It's a gatekeeper, perfect boomerang target. So that's going to be easy. It's going to be easy to get in on coming turns as well. Place a virus counter on the Imp. Regolith. I mean, I guess yes, he's low on cash, so maybe getting rid of the Regolith is nice. Sure. And magnet. Would have liked to get rid of the magnet actually, but it's okay. So yeah, now I think we click one of these so we can install a daily casts. Finally. And maybe we're able to laundry HQ next turn, but you can install the magnet on HQ, but then we don't have to run HQ. And then the remote server is completely open. So this is really cool when you get it rolling, but I still feel like the mob build is just better because it's faster and it's just easier to put your rig together. And now he's thinking. Yeah, I feel like you sort of have to ice HQ again. Or you just... But there is, I guess you could... Yeah. There are different lines. I mean, if you go for a magnet on the remote, after resting, you don't really have the money to score, I think. Because it's a credit to install it. You're at 4. You could trash the gatekeeper, but then that sort of removes the whole point of the magnet, which is to get rid of the spatulus. And wait, did we disconnect or something? No, he's just thinking. Tough spot. Just gotta check when a think like that happens, it looks like a disconnect sometimes. Yeah, so if you go to 4 credits, you install an agenda and click for a credit. You're at 5. So if I run the remote, you're now at 2 credits, which means you can score the agenda, but only if you have 2 seamless. And potentially we could trash those out of HQ. Clicking for a credit, icing HQ. Yeah, and another issue that happen with decks like these in general is we are reliant on running things to get our value. And now we're sort of running out of steam. It used to be the case that you could rebirth into Olmar, and that would really help. Like, you could play a card like Sneak Door Beta to keep getting into servers in these stages. But we don't have that, so we're in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, we want to get into HQ, but we don't actually have the cash. So I think this turn we just install the daily cast and click for money. Sort of, I don't think we have anything better right now. It flips Hoshiko back, so at least we can get the Hoshiko money. Card in HQ, ice. Oh, sorry, card in the remote and ice the remote. Is that the magnet then? Well, if it is, if that is the magnet, we can hit HQ. And I'm not unhappy about it. Yeah, I think we poke and see what that is. If it's... any ice res results in us being able to hit HQ, I guess. Yeah, I think it's okay to run here. Yeah, it is magnet. So we don't... I mean, so we could pay... yeah, we don't want to install this, of course. So we could pay 6 to get in. But we can also let this fire, install the imp, and just laundry HQ. And we can trash 2 cards. That seems good. To get rid of all the seamless launches. So it's... yeah, unfortunately we don't have the money and clicks for Fenris right now. But okay, we got a fresh imp. We go into HQ. We see the gatekeeper. We break it. DreamNet. Plays a virus counter on the imp. We can steal this. We can trash this. That's the wrong imp. Never mind. I mean, I'm gonna guess that's enough. I don't think there can be 2 seamlesses now. But we could hit HQ again. To trash with the other imp. I guess why not? We didn't use it this turn. We can get purged if we do that. So what are we scared of? Double seamless would be a problem. We have 1 hippo left in the deck. We have a boomerang left. So do we hit this consume instead of getting purged? Yeah. Do we believe that there's 2 seamless in hand? I don't. Well, if I run HQ here and trash something, I go to 3 credits. Then if he purges, is that a good scenario for us? An agenda is also a win, of course. This could be a spin doctor just to shuffle stuff back. Yeah, consume here might be good to just click it. I feel like you still have to purge. Okay, we click this and we'll let it be. If it's double seamless, we lose. It's not? Okay, good. It's true that, yeah, it's a good point by Quilana that R&D is open right now. So now we do have Docklands Pass for multi-access, Diogenes, but yeah, maybe you could fit a Stargate or something. I'm not sure, but you still need to have the cash to get in, and just getting in these games was hard. If I run here and we see a res, I don't think I'm sad about it. No, it's fine. Because if he goes to 0 credits, we know there's no score coming. Yeah. So we hit this and we breach. DreamNet trigger, virus counter on Imp. And we steal Vitruvius for game. Okay, good. Nice. Okay, so this deck went well. Seems like a decent way to play it. We had a bit of problems early on getting enough money. Maybe you could do something to address that. You could play more Liberateds. Not sure what to drop. Maybe a Gachapon or something. But yeah, deck was working okay, I think. I'm gonna take a very short break, and then I think I'm gonna do the next request. So if you have any requests for decks, then put them in the live chat now, and I'll be right back. And I'm back, and we're gonna be doing some more viewer ideas. Um, I think so. I was talking about how there was clunkiness, money problems a little bit. I think what the original list did probably makes sense for that reason. You can play Patchwork as your console, and that should help a lot with this. Of course, then you may run into memory problems, so that's another issue. So I like the idea of Patchwork, but I guess that is the problem. Just memory, because we want to be playing all the botulus. So maybe never mind. Maybe you just try to have mushing solve that. I guess that's the last note on that deck. I'm gonna check if there was anything in chat. So it's Aquilana says, oh, I don't get a mention in the... Wait, where did you submit the decks, Diogenes? Because I can't really see where you submitted them. So it says, oh, you don't get a mention in the GLC streams channel when I start streaming. Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know, is that bot able to tell if I'm streaming Netrunner or not? Because I also do other games on the channel. So, oh, are the links being trimmed? You could possibly maybe tell me what to... Yeah, I'm not sure. That's weird if the links are being removed. But anyway, yeah, so I stream other stuff on the channel. Yeah, it would be cool if I could get mentioned on GLC. But I digress. If it's able to like look at the title and only post the link if there's Netrunner in the title, then it should work. I don't know if it does that, but that would be awesome. Okay, so Diogenes says hat trick and subsea insider trading. Okay, let's see. I will do maybe one of those. I'm gonna check them out and I'm gonna compare, because we already have someone suggesting that I build with Meteor Mining. So wait, the deck list name is Hat Trick? Is that it? Okay, and here we have Diogenes. So we can look at the other published decks. I wonder if it's a recent one, I'll find it. Subsea insider trading. There we go. Okay. So we have hat trick. So it's Sunny with Amakua. Right. Security Nexus. Oh, so it's like it's Sunny but with a lot of virus stuff. Okay, and then you're even playing Acacia if it's purged. Interesting. And then the other one, you got, it's a Thule, but there's Eula and Giordano. Okay. So stock buyback, and then you're trying to create a taxing server with Giordano, I guess. Okay. I wonder what is the Eula for? Loki becomes another endless Eula. Okay. So it's just taxing with the Eula. And I think that's it. So I'm wondering how are we leveraging the ID here? Because I feel like you could play the same list out of sports. And I don't think you're losing a lot by doing that. Because we're not really trying to tax them on clicks in any way besides the... besides with the ID. So this might be one of those that would fit better in sports. We have hat trick. Okay. This looks kind of fun. Well, the ID can give you core damage, but there's like they don't have to take the core damage. You can't force the core damage. So if you have no way to force the core damage, they will avoid it. And that's why I'm thinking you might want something that forces the core damage. So I'll hat trick. All right, so I haven't played Corp before on the channel, so fuck it. Let's just play the Corp deck. Copy it into our decks, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I still think this would just be better in sports. Because yeah, you can slow down the runner, but you're also speeding yourself up by playing as sports. Okay. So we got the Jinteki format. And we're just going to take this one as it is. And just see how it feels. And we're corping. All right. Yeah, because right off the bat, it's unintuitive to me, but it could feel different once you get a feel for it. But I feel if we're gonna play the ontological, we want more ways to deal core damage. Because I think a careful player will always avoid the core damage from the ID with this build. And then it's more a matter of Nightmare Archive if they want to have the minus points or if they want to have the core. This seems like a decent hand. Up against 419 though, and we don't have any ice for HQ. That can bite you in the ass. So maybe I'll mulligan for ice. We do have a decent amount of ice. Yeah, I'll mulligan for ice. Okay. So Eula is great on HQ because you can't just boomerang through it. Yeah, so we could install and have something exposed. The gatekeeper maybe. And then the Eula on HQ will not be exposed. Um, I'm not sure what the 419 builds look like nowadays, but usually they have both boomerang and inside job. So it's gonna be tough to, I think. We want him to get a lot of points in his score area, so we can start getting those stock buybacks rolling. This looks decent. Can let him expose the Rashida, and we just res it, so he can't falsify it. We take the money. No, we're actually gonna have enough money to put the luminol behind these ice and protect it. Telework looks highly unconventional. Like, why not just go for liberated? I would say liberated is almost strictly better than telework. Of course, like, you can play telework on a low amount of credits, but it's so good to be able to click liberated down on its own. Oh, and I should full screen. I always forget. Let me check that I'm not overlapping a bunch of stuff. Seems like it's okay. Okay. Do you guys want me to zoom in maybe a little bit, and I can move this? I think that's good. And running R&D. All right, so we get an ID trigger. And we can pop the Rashida. Nice. Yeah, no worries, Diogenes. It's fun trying it out. So it's cool. So we want to go for the score. I wonder though if, like, where do we put the Giordano? Because I'm thinking I'm gonna bait out the expose with Giordano. I'm kind of fine with revealing this one. Maybe the remote. Could be HQ as well. Yeah, and also, I mean, do we want Giordano? I mean, it is Crim. But we have Eula on HQ. I don't know. I think it's fine. So Giordano here, we don't prevent it. We install the luminol. And yeah. There's the option to gatekeeper in HQ or gatekeeper R&D maybe. I think R&D. I don't think he can really go for it right now. Another note, maybe we don't need 3 Giordanos because you can only ever have 1 installed. So I might trim one of those. Okay, it was Boomerang on R&D. But you don't really want to be running last click. Oh, it's not last click. Okay, it's with deuces. So do we rest the gatekeeper just to have the boomerang popped? Doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, no, we don't care. To Belgian extra large, it sure is not Harry Potter TCG. I'm doing all kinds of games on the channel now. It's yeah, Harry Potter, Netrunner, Yu-Gi-Oh. There's been some Hearthstone Classic as well. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh retro format. But there's gonna be more Harry Potter at some point. Next week or the one after that probably. So we score this one, yeah. Yeah, now we can just score the Luminol. Get the clicks. Yeah, again, I would like to be sports here and just get the money. Then we could also score this and get the money. But right now I feel kind of, we're low on money, so I feel like I should just go for Rashida. So we don't need to prevent this from being exposed. We can res it and take the money. All right, cool, man. Wait, did you start playing? When did you start playing Harry Potter? I've only done the one tournament that's was streamed on the channel. Okay, Amakua released. Running R&D. Maybe rest the Gatekeeper now. It's annoying because he knows about the Eula. He exposed it with deuces, I believe. So if we rest the Gatekeeper, he can doof us. So let's not do that. Actually, it's not that bad because we can rest Giordano. Yeah, that's fine. We rest it. We want him to start paying for this. We did not want to do it while potentially our agenda is exposed. Running HQ, which is fine. We kind of want a lot of those cards to be accessed. Yep. Nice. So hits the Hyperloop, we get money, and now we can trigger Rashida. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice to meet you, Nikki. I've played for a long time, but not in tournaments. So we draw, and I think maybe we just reinforce now. Hedge fund, maybe Meridian on R&D. And we can pay to not have this exposed, and maybe ontological in the remote. To Belgian extra large, have you tried a Netrunner at all? So Boomerang breaking this. Gatekeeper. Yep. This seems expensive for single accesses. you should really not be going for this as the runner. And also trashing cards straight out of R&D. Yeah. That's unfortunate, because when stuff like that happens, it feels like you're just gonna win no matter what you do. But it's the classic JNet problem. So we double advance this. Okay, cool. In my opinion, it's an amazing game, but slightly high learning curve, I guess. Yeah, it's decently complicated, but it's super cool though. I think here we can rest the Eula. So we fire it. Because we still have enough to rest Gatekeeper on the remote, so he doesn't get in there. That could be inside job, but we have Giordano, yeah. Okay, so we get to score the ontological. I think we score it, and I think we just play the stock buyback here. Can start scoring out agendas. Let me just check our list. Yeah, we're playing Vitruvius, so this biotic labor could potentially, if we score a 3-2, we're basically won. We can score a bifurcation out of hand. Yeah. Hey, Dunsch. Yeah, it's been a mixed bag in terms of me trying to teach Netrunner to my friends. Some of them loved it, some of them didn't like it at all, but no one is like playing it as a standard right now, but it's but I've been able to get a lot of games in like a more closed format, more core-like format. What did he just left? Oh, Janet. Okay, yeah. So we're done with this game. This happens like every stream now. Someone just, I don't know. It could be disconnection. It happens a lot. Okay. So the only viewer request we have from this stream left, without doing double from the same person, is this Meteor Mining request. So let's try to build a deck that uses Meteor Mining. And then we got to ask ourselves, well, first of all, let's look at the card. This is the card. Yeah, that game was over. It's true. So Meteor Mining says that when we score it, we can gain 7 credits, and then if the runner has at least 2 tags, we can do 7 meat damage instead. So out of what ID would we want to play this? It's 5 advancements to score, which is huge. 2 points, which is both a downside and an upside. It means if the runner contests this, then they get fewer points. Okay. So we could go about this in many different ways. So I won't do it out of Earth Station. That's I'm pretty sure about. Ob is more like, I feel like Ob is more combo oriented. And yeah, I feel like this wouldn't fit in there. Another property of the Meteor Mining is you can install Double Advanced and have them think it's something else, like an Atlas or whatever, and that they have to run it. It's quite bad if you score it without if you score it without them dying to it. Could we try to make like a terrible Argus deck that plays this card? Because it's a 2-pointer. So it's not that bad if they steal it out of our R&D or whatever. Yeah, we can also play Jemison, and that's true, and just like immediately score it when they have 2 tags. But then how do we give them the tags? That's the problem. Okay, let's make a sketch for Jemison, and we could also do it out of Argus maybe, and see what I like better. So we have Oberth, and what else? There is so recent. Yeah, I feel like if we want to do it out of Jemison, we need like a really good way to tag them. And do we really have one? I don't think so. Like, we can of course play Econ HHN, but that's not really suited for Jemison. I mean, we do have a bunch of ice that give tags. But beyond that, I'm not sure. Wait, did Argus rotate? Is that correct? Oh, it's rotated. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, what do we do about that? Okay, fine. Let's see if Jemison. Yeah, I mean, you could do it out of the outfit, I suppose. I kind of like that Oberth makes it a lot easier to score this. Okay, let's try Jemison. Or do we... Yeah, like this card, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because an agenda that tries to kill our opponent when we score it is... It can just be stolen, right? Then we can also just get... Okay, so it can give money or we can score it. So when would this be good? Okay, let's try Jemison. So we have standoff that we can forfeit for Oberth. Oberth should make this easier to score. We could maybe even leave it on the board for a turn. How do we give tags though? We need ice that gives tags, like Mausolus. Veritas, maybe? IP block, maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, I need to have the standard setting. Okay, this is much cleaner. Right, so... Yeah, so let's do the obvious ones and see if this even fits in the deck. Like Rashida. What else would we play in Jemison? Like False Lead. You could use... I'm not sure. Hostile Takeover. Just seems like this would never work. So we need like HHN, Econ Warfare, and what else? This deck is gonna end up being pretty bad, I feel like. So we need the Meteor Mining. We can deal... Yeah, we have a bunch of ice to give tags. Archer and Tithonium can be used to forfeit stuff. True. Maybe one Tithonium. Archer is good, I guess. Someone suggesting forced connection. I mean, yeah, sure, fair enough. Probably, I'm gonna add it for now. I'm not sure we're gonna keep it. Right, so we have some ice. We barely have agendas. We only have 9 agenda points. So what is the rest of the agendas? Like, I guess we still want to play Above the Law and Atlas. And then we need 3 more points, so maybe a GFI. Yeah, false lead. Actually, yeah, if we're going for HHN, why not go for false lead? Well, except for the fact that we're going to have so many agendas in our deck. Yeah, because I guess something you could do is, like, you score like 2 false leads, and if you manage to land HHN, you can, like, install Meteor Mining. No, they would have to end their turn with 2 tags. So if they end their turn with 2 tags, we can, like, forfeit false lead and then score Meteor Mining. Yeah, it's hard to, like, come up with synergies for this card live. Damn. So probably yeah, stock buyback is a card, but yeah, I'm not sure. So we have 12 ice only. What else do we play in Jemison? Let's look at the ice. I mean, I guess Afshar is a common one. Stock buyback. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the deck looks kind of ass right now. So you could play stock buyback. So we're trying to hand them standoffs and stuff. Well, the problem here is, like, we have no minus points. So by the time we start using the stock buybacks, I feel like we're in a bad position. So I'm not really keen on it. Right, yeah, we can play Spin Doctor, of course. That's pretty normal one. I personally like Tranquility Home Grid in Jemison. You're installing cards in the remote over and over. Yeah, I feel like Force Connection is too much. Something like this, maybe. Oh yeah, there's Malapert. We play at least 1 Malapert, right? So when we score, we can search out stuff. And we play a boom, probably. So we can... Do we remove an IP block? So we can play 3 Spin Doctors, put in a boom. Man, this is a pile of random cards at this point. Yeah, NGO is a card, but do we have the space? Yeah, this deck is not looking too hot. So we just want to we're trying to do too many things at once. We're trying to have all these upgrades. Okay. So we're just gonna play this list, I think, and it doesn't look good. But maybe in the process we're gonna learn something, and then maybe we can try a different version of it. But yeah, forcing me to include Meteor Mining is a great way to make me lose games. Yeah, so okay, let's go through the deck logic. We're trying to score agendas out of the remote. Once they get too scared, we're going to score out. We want to hit them with econ and hard-hitting news, so they're tagged. And if they don't respect it, we want to score the Meteor Mining. Is that it? Is there a way to score that out of hand? So we forfeit an agenda. Yeah, so forfeiting the... So if we res an Oberth, we can forfeit a 2-pointer. So Jemison then lets us put 3 advancement counters. And then we can advance it once. Is that correct? Yeah, so we can put 3 by forfeiting a 2-pointer. Okay, so it's not that hard to do it, I guess. Maybe. Okay. Archer, Tithonium. Yeah, I still feel the need for some more money in here. Yeah, no Giordano. I want to I'm kind of liking it the way it is. So Tranquility is nice. Malapert's cool. Do we need the Archer? Probably we have like too much ice that requires forfeiting. Maybe we cut one of the archers and put in an Afshar or something. Something like this. So the deck doesn't look great. The deck doesn't look great at all. Malapert. Search for non-agendas. All right, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try. You could play government subsidy, but then you have to get to 10 credits, right? Okay, you know what? In the form that this deck has right now, we do need more money somehow, right? So do I just have to cut some agendas so we don't have that much, that we don't clog as much? We do have hostile for money, false lead, and yeah, we need to score a 2-pointer and then tag them. False lead is kind of cool with that combo. Okay, we're just gonna try. We're gonna see how poor we feel, and let's go. I mean, standoff is money as long as we're able to to trigger it. But they can trash things to stop that. Where's Jemison? There we go. Okay, but we have like an actual plan. We tag them, we can score. Well, should we even include the boom then? Let's cut the boom. Should we? I guess I don't know. If they have clot or whatever, we might need a way to kill them anyway. Let's try this. Yeah. And we corp. So I'm not expecting much out of this deck, but we're trying. You guys are testing the limits of my capabilities today. I don't think I can make a Meteor Mining viable, but we're trying. Actually, I'll be right back. Have to go to the bathroom. Folks, we are back, and believe it or not, we're actually playing Meteor Mining Jemison. A great idea, to be sure. There's no way we can lose, and we can kill them. We just need them to have 2 tags, and then we need to have Oberth and a 2-pointer scored, and a Meteor Mining in hand, or a boom. So there's nothing that can go wrong. We just need someone to join the game. That's it. Oh, outfit clearinghouse. How does that play? Because Jemison clearinghouse is actually quite an interesting archetype. You can forfeit to... You can install the clearinghouse, and if you have 2 false leads, you forfeit both of them. And yeah, it goes to 6 counters. No, sorry. You install it, you double advance it. Then you forfeit 2 false leads, and the clearinghouse gets 4... it gets 4... what's it called? Yeah, 4 more advancements. It goes to 6, and then you just pop it on your turn because you removed all of their clicks. So no one wants to join the game once again. It's a common problem. Also, I think I don't think it's just me. The sound on Jinteki was okay. I guess not all of the sounds are broken. There we go. We have an opponent, and let's do full screen. Kit. So the downside is it's shaper, so misdirection is possible. This looks keepable. So it's shaper, which means there's misdirection, but on the other hand, it's kit, and kit is just no good. So we have that going for us. Yeah, I think we can just hedge fund and make a remote. And we already have Econ HHN. So that's nice. Jailbreak HQ. Now will they trash the Birth? That was a very aggressive turn 1. But it is good for him. Is we don't have enough cash to punish this. So I'll just score this. And Ice HQ. All right. So now we have to draw and draw. And I think we ice R&D before we start trying to do any more funny business. Question is if it's the Mausolus or the Veritas. I think the Veritas. If we want to reforce R&D, then Mausolus will be turned into a code gate by Kit, but the Veritas is the innermost. There's another run. Okay, it goes down to 14. So Econ HHN is possible. But it doesn't exactly win us the game. So I think I'll just relax. Go for a false lead score instead. Yeah, we don't really have the burst money to just play HHN like the outfit would. That's a problem. Now we're getting Trankrid. Maybe we can install this to possibly have it active on the next turn. And I'm thinking something like double advance the false lead, because we don't mind it being stolen that much. It would actually be a fine trade, I think. Yeah, so it's going to be stolen. But it has to pay a lot for it. Actually, probably single advance would be enough. But my thinking was if we get to score it this way, we get to fire. Okay. Ngolo. Not sure why he's installing now. So would have to paint this with Ngolo to get in. This is quite a big tax. And then, yeah, that's 5 going down to 10. Still not low enough for us to tax, but if he trashes the Trank Grid, I think we can punish with HHN. We're allowed to fire that one as well. We don't want to pay any extra. Okay, that's nice. So we'll let him get this. Yeah, trashing the Trank is too risky, I think. Okay. Oh, we have Meteor Mining. So we could Econ HHN. But now I kind of want to go for the Meteor Mining. So, yeah. Let's double advance it. We can score it next turn if it's not stolen. Peace in our time. Okay. Another Meteor Mining. Guess we score this one to get it out of the way. And we gain 7. He gets an extra click now, which kind of sucks, but we need the money. Yeah, HHN is sad against Shapers. We have to try to tax him with in other ways. Fight the Unbroken. He gets the Meteor Mining. Hard-hitting news. Yeah, seems like a decent way to play Kit. You can get into servers easily. This one I even forgot what it does. Host Icebreaker. Okay, so it keeps its strength when you boost it until the end of each turn. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, I want to draw for something to install in the remote, so we're drawing, and let's put the Rashida there. We do have ways to fast advance. So if there's no clot, which then we have nice ways to close out the game. Yeah, we can res the Veritas. It's only 3 credits, but actually just 2, because there's the Bad Pub. Wait, he made it a code gate. He doesn't have to do that. Yeah, he's Kit, so he just makes it a code gate by default. Oh wait. No, he encountered the Afshar first, I guess. Okay, so we can use the Rashida, get our mandatory draw. We got the standoff. That's neat. So server 1, get the money. And I think we reinforce R&D here. And we can pitch an HHN. We don't need all these pieces in our time, okay. That is working quite nicely. You get the extra click with Beth. Wouldn't surprise me if a deep dive is here as a finisher, and we're not looking too great if that's the case. Okay, so we draw for the turn. We can score the standoff. So, and we gain the money from it. And I think put the Rashida in the remote. We can pitch, probably pitch the, we pitch the Rashida or the Trank Grid? Probably Trank. think it's a higher chance that we'll be able to make use of the Rashida. Yeah, it could be a deep dive turn now. We are not playing border control. Maybe we should be. Laundry archives. Pelongi, Issuaq. Oh, okay. So I guess there's no deep dive if Issuaq is the idea. So he gets to see 4 cards with that. Pretty likely to see an agenda. The IP block. And HHN is still kind of dead because Simulchip can get the SMC back and then just pop it for misdirection. Right, so he's breaking this. And this is not a code gate, so he would have to paint it with Angolo. And let's just fire one of them. Yeah, gaining 2. And yes, so he's going to see 4. But he does not see an agenda, so that is really good news. And the fact that there's no deep dive means now I'm getting optimistic. Especially if this Rashida can draw into another Econ Warfare or something. Might also draw into a bunch of agendas. Yep. So mandatory draw. I think the idea would be Econ Warfare, install above the law, and HHN, and we probably get a scoring window. So this forces out a misdirection. So it's not as taxing as we would like it to be, but still something. We can pitch this standoff, I guess. Yeah. We don't have need for more agendas to forfeit right now. Oh, I should have paid 1 extra to make him gain a credit instead of a click. Going for Issuaq instead. Huh. Just ignoring the tags. I mean, he's right. I don't have boom. So I can't really do anything. But if he pays through this, there's no way to clear, I'm pretty sure. Well, if we get Oberth and a Meteor Mining, then maybe we can actually pull off our plan, but there's only 1 Meteor Mining left in the deck. So he breaks this too. And there's Veritas. Okay. Yeah, okay. So he's full Tagme, but we can't do much about it. And he sees a Project Atlas. We'll go to 6 points. Could actually run the remote and win the game right here. Because these eyes don't stop the run. Okay. So I think I should score above the law. And trash this Beth. That's one less click. I'm gonna pitch the Malapert because I don't think I'll be scoring for the rest of the game. Without winning the game, that is. Actually, pitching the Malapert is stupid. Okay. Because if I get like a hostile takeover, then I could actually search out the boom. Okay, whatever. He seems to he's not writing anything, so I'll just do it. Okay, Atlas. Drawing Atlas is not nice. We don't wanna we can't score it out of hand. If we could, it would be great. Yeah, we want to draw the boom. There's Meteor Mining that we can't score. But we could draw into Oberth and then get the combo. That would be sick. So I think the idea is... this is tricky, because now we're stuck with 2 agendas in hand. And... yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have put Audacity in the deck. That would have been a good idea. So Tithonium on HQ doesn't do that much. It can be converted, and then you boost, pay 5. You can pay through the Afshar. So I think it's better to pretend that the important card is in server 1, and that HQ has nothing, and hope he doesn't go for HQ. That's my plan. I mean, double icing HQ, maybe you can still get in. Yeah, maybe I'm just making a huge mistake here. So clicking for 2, there could be another Issuaq here, I guess. Is that enough money to get in? So we're losing here if he sees an agenda. And there's a lot of agendas left, I think. 1 Atlas, 1 hostile takeover, and 2 false leads. 4 out of 16 cards, pretty likely. But it would be amazing if that doesn't happen, because then we might actually be able to do a kill with Meteor Mining. Most beautiful thing to ever happen in Netrunner. Fire Unbroken. Okay. Yeah. So it's just down to this axis. He didn't actually need all of these credits. Could have ran HQ, I think. I'm not sure. Okay, we're praying. No, there's a false lead. Oh, no. Oh, god damn it. Okay. That was sad. Well, This deck is not good. Let's not play this deck. Yeah, we tried. So we've done the Meteor Mining request. We've done the Imp request. I want to play some Ob, my old school Ob, and to reminisce a little bit, because I think it was Baram Wu who suggested Ob, and I think I'd be happy to oblige. We have these two lists, old lists from me. I brought 2 Euros last year and Intercontinentals. This one is, I guess, the most relevant one. Now, you can't play preemptive action anymore. That's banned. However, you can play Gaslight now, which might make the deck better. So let's see if we can... Let's copy this into our decks and try to make a new version of this same idea. So it's just spam Ob with the scoring plan. Basically, we have only 2 pointers for the runner, and we have a scoring plan where if we get to 5, we can score out with Audacity. And then we have Econ Warfare, Hard-Hitting News, and we're spamming a bunch of dangerous assets that they kind of want to get off the board, like Urban Renewal. So we can't play the preemptive action. Actually, let's change to the current ban list. And also let's make sure we have the right stuff there. Now, because of both, I'm not sure envelopment is as important anymore, but let's see. So we have 1 slot to fill. So what I did previously was add a CSR campaign, but I feel like we can maybe do spicier things now. But you really want to make sure that you get the tempo going. But yeah, I do want to fit Gaslight in here. So maybe let's cut 1 hard-hitting news, because that makes it so we can play 2 Gaslight. And this makes it way more likely that we can do double Econ HHN early, I figure. Although I did cut a hard-hitting news. Let's try this. Yeah, let's just try this. So we're just going to call it Dreamboat. Gaslighting you. Because before people adjusted to this deck, it was really good. It was a bit of... it had a lot of surprise value, I think, or people had to practice a decent amount against it to know the lines against it, and also adjust their decks to finally deal with it. Last meta, the Wu list was really the nail in the coffin that made me not want to bring it to Worlds, because Wu could tutor out Parisha very easily, and you had access to misdirection, and it felt basically impossible to kill Wu. But now, with maybe not as many... what was I gonna say? Not as many shapers, probably, on misdirection. So that means you can probably get away with... You can probably tax a lot more with tags. Where is it? There, we have Ob. So to Diogenes, I mean, you would still die to counter surveillance, no? Except they would just take the core damage before you die. Dreamboat, Gaslighting, you. And like, yeah, if you're up against Tagme decks, they're gonna have a huge hand size with Obelisk. So they can save up enough cards to survive against any core damage and then just counter surveillance anyway. Corp, yep. And Eula, I think, unfortunately, is just not good enough. Her ability is just not impactful enough. It only sets aside 4 cards. Yeah, I feel like if there was more you could do with that, I could see it. The one time Eula was good was that Cold Ones deck. But then you had a very specific combo in mind that if you reached it, you would just win the game. So nothing else mattered. But you don't really have that now. And also there were a lot of other cards helping you, like Bookmark. So this is too many things we can't install. So we're going to mulligan this. Okay, this hand is also terrible. We're going to probably just lose right away. Okay, so draw Gaslight. But you really want to get the ob value going as soon as possible. So I'm going to install the Spin Doctor and try to find better cards. That is better cards. Although we could get hit on HQ. So I think what we want to do is install the Veritas on HQ. Like this is probably best. So we can't excavate right away, but it's okay. So we can laundry R&D and get the RNG key value. Pretty low on money. So we know we're going to be drawing hard-hitting news. Another laundry. Oh, so the Maryland's going to be trashed. Going very low. But yeah, I don't think I can punish with HHN right now. Another card to consider maybe in building this deck is End of the Line. So we can't punish this right now. Because hard-hitting news, we go too low ourselves. So I think I just draw. Oh, there's a boom. And we can install the assets. Yeah, this is unfortunate because he can hit HQ for 3 credits now. Or they can do that. But yeah, we need an ice to stop this. Because this is going to snowball for sure. Okay, running R&D. Gets the GFI and the money. Yeah, this is not great. But okay, at least now we have Excavator for money, so we can rest this. We can get the Gaslight. So we start turn. Trash. Spin Doctor. And no point in shuffling the deck because he doesn't know the top card. And we're gonna get an operation. Economic warfare. So we can econ, goes to 5. And from 5 we have to pay 5 ourselves to tag. So we can click for credit to still be able to res Veritas. Yeah, we're not drawing the pieces to really get speed, which is what we want. But we are threatening a kill. Although, yeah, they can run here, get 3, and then just clear 3 tags. That works. Okay, let's get water. And what happened? Yeah, they ran into the Atom problem. They got the money from RNG key, but then accessed Urban Renewal, forcing them to draw a card. And I should be writing down the cards we see. So Overclock was seen. And draw for the turn. And we don't want to trash our ice. Okay, envelopment allows us to stop this RNG key from farming. But of course, then we can get hit on HQ and lose 2 agendas, which is horrible. But I think maybe they won't dare to even check the ice on R&D. So I'll just install credit and put down an excavator that we can trash with the excavator. So we get some more money. This is like the Corp A-subs pawn shop. But less homey. You wouldn't feel as good, you know, visiting the excavator as visiting A-subs pawn shop. I guess another way I could have dealt with RNG key is just to trash Find the Truth, but then I go pretty low on money. This, I don't understand this. So overclocking the unknown card, you could just overclock the excavator you know about, and that seems like a pretty solid idea. Take credit. Yeah, so to SOS3, asking about hostile architecture. I have not been playing this list since... yeah, since last year. So I haven't really tinkered with all the things you can do. I think hostile architecture might be a good idea, but I haven't tried it at all. But it's a consideration. The slots are kind of tight, so might be that you only can fit like 1 in there. Another consideration could maybe be end of the line, because Boom is trashable. Yeah, I'm not sure. So Bankar is not that bad for us because we have a lot of subroutines. Okay, I kind of need money right now. We're only drawing ice, I feel like. We're supposed to have a lot of assets, but we don't draw them. Yeah, I need the money, so I'm gonna click. We want the money to be able to rest envelopment. We're still in a bad position where if R&D is ran, we can't do much. Okay, MK Ultra was drawn. I guess the question with hostile architecture is, yeah, I don't know in what situation you would absolutely want it. Actually, probably should have installed I'm not sure. I could have installed the sandstone to trash it. Oh man, this just... Yeah, we're drawing another agenda. Oh, this is terrible. Yeah, the thing is, if I were to play End of the Line, I feel like I would only play End of the Line and no boom. But maybe with Gaslight, you play like one of each, and then you can choose, depending on the situation, which one you really want. That could be a way to do it. Okay, so now we draw for the turn. But I feel like because of Bankar, this sandstone doesn't do anything, so I'm gonna trash it. And yeah, now we're in a rough spot. If they're scared of hard-hitting news, I could just install like a bunch of things. Border control is nice. We want to get agendas out of HQ. Do we start that way? Like Bankar is that it says during the first encounter. So we could fetch an F Shar, potentially keeping him out. Now let's go for the momentum instead. So HQ will be a little bit vulnerable, but I feel like they're gonna be too scared of running right now. So if we draw more cards, perhaps we draw into some stuff that we can use. No, I was wrong. So overclock on HQ. So it doesn't make any sense to rest this Veritas, does it? Or no, I guess it does. 2 to install the MK, 3 to break 2, and then 1 subroutine will fire. Okay, so we do this. And then if boom is accessed, that's 1 credit. Oh, which one did he break? Oh. Yep. So probably some agendas are going to leave our hand now. Audacity? Wow, that's crazy. Actually getting it right with RNG key. And 1 agenda stolen. It's acceptable, I guess. Ooh, and Tapworm. We do not like it at all. So we probably have to... Hey, Cat, what's up? Yeah, Orchestra was drawn as well. It's a spam mob. Basically what I brought to Intercontinentals and Euros and Germanets, but put in Gaslight. So I cut 1 HHN for 2 Gaslight and the preemptive action. But yeah, I don't know. This game is not, it's just not going well. Yeah, so I don't think I'll pop Rashida here. Or do I? Well, maybe, because then I can potentially shuffle these agendas back. Or maybe even get hard-hitting news. I'm not sure. But if I don't get any of those, then it's not great. So I'll see 4 cards. I'll just draw the mandatory. Oh, we could make this an Afshar. That's not terrible. Makes it harder to get in, I think. And there's Spin Doctor, so... But we have a big problem that... we have not scored any points yet. So we're looking for more ice. Gantulga on HQ. Yeah, this is a problem. So it fires 2 net damage. Whoever this person is playing Adam pretty well for playing the first time. Hitting Audacity again, crazy. And we lose the spin. But not losing agendas is still a blessing. Okay, so this time we can pop the Rashida without being sad about it. Okay, we're losing the Excavator. That's not too bad. We're good on cash for the moment. Credit. Drawing a short gamble. Okay, so Econ HHN would be very nice to draw. Rest this. So we want to do this, and we want to shuffle because that means they don't know the top card. Oh god. We're just drawing all the cards out of order. So we draw mandatory now. And okay, I feel like I have to protect HQ. It's getting out of hand. And Urban in the remote and wall-to-wall new remote. Seems reasonable. If we're lucky, we find another Spin Doctor. We're able to get rid of some of the agendas in our hand, but this game is looking really rough. Okay, envelopment. Wait, how is this? Whenever the corp would resolve. Yeah, so we're gonna do a lot of net damage. 5. Wait, is this game? That's game, right? Yeah, that's 5 net damage. No, wait. Oh, it can be broken. Okay, never mind. That would have been the best. best kill ever. It's quite an expensive thing to break. So let's see. There's 4 agendas in R&D out of 24. Yep. So probably shouldn't see an agenda here. Gains 3, but then has to spend 3 to trash a wall-to-wall. And that was the first card. It trashes Gaslight voluntarily. So they're going so low that we might just be able to get a kill as long as we find HHN. Drawing a Logic Bomb with Find the Truth. Okay. So now the question is... Yeah, like we can rest the Urban Renewal, but do we want to? Wall-to-wall gives us a card, a credit, and an advancement counter. That's pretty good too. I'll go for that. Card, credit, advancement counter, and another urban. Okay, so we can go for HHN. But what's the best way to do that? I could install an agenda maybe. Play it a little bit risky. I think that's a good idea. Urban as Zeef, hard hitting. Then Azif can trash something and get Op Trigger if it stays. Let's try that. Azif, hard hitting. Yeah, I think they didn't need to play this risky. It's I think I was doing very poorly, but now I feel like maybe I can salvage it. Now it's a game at least. Yeah, going for HQ. But if they run HQ, I can res Mausolus. Then Gantulga triggers on... Oh, actually, so Gantulga is on... It's only 1 time per turn. Yeah. So can't get through the Afshar. Actually, I guess could. So running HQ... Yeah, good point, Quilana, that they have 7 hand size. That is true. Running envelopment. Breaking it. Who gets an agenda? Yeah, oof. If we don't get the kill, which I don't think we will, then this is bad. There's boom into a Zeef score though, if they like install something now. If they draw a card, then they wait. Yeah, if they draw a card, they will survive. They could also run HQ. But they can't get into HQ if I rest the Mausolus. Okay, so this is interesting. Logic bomb and gets the draw. So this is a kill because we can boom, advance audacity. Gain credit, draw a card, place advancement. Yeah, so it's boom, advance. Oh wait. I can't count. I can't count. I suck at this game. Okay. Yeah, Dunsch in chat pointing out I don't have 4 clicks. Well, not every day can be our day, right? We can try more of this. Perhaps. If there's no other requests, I will try more of this. I'm gonna try end of the line as punishment. Anything else? There was the hostile architecture suggestion due to meat damage. Yeah, like I don't know in what situation this would be good, because it only works if you already have a lot of cash. Then after they trash the card, they can always go and trash this one. So I have a hard time seeing it being useful. Okay, we're gonna try it like one end of the line and one boom. That's probably the way to go. Because we have gaslight, we can search out what we want. And yeah, we're gonna try out. So Dunsch, yeah, I mean, I might play your deck straight up, or I might make changes to it, but it's fine to suggest the deck. However, people have been having trouble like posting links in the chat, so, and I don't know what's up with that, but you can tell me what to search for, or just tell me what kind of lost deck I should build, and that we could do that. End of the line. Save. And let's try one more time. Let's see if we can get a better game with this deck. It is an issue that you can get flooded. You kind of have to get rolling quickly, or it doesn't work unless they make a mistake. But it was a big problem that we were up against a deck that got super duper run value every turn, and it took a while before we could sort of stem that tide. It was kind of too late at that point. But we were not drawing a lot of the assets until later. You really want to start with like a wall-to-wall, launch campaign, Marilyn, excavator, so on. So you can get things rolling. But this might just not be the op build to go for right now. And as I say that, we're up against Freedom Kumalo. So that can be troublesome. But this hand doesn't look ideal. I could try to cheat out an Azif, but it's not really the perfect hand to this. So I think I'll mulligan. Okay. Kind of better, but then we draw top deck at GFI. Let's see if we can find more assets. Nope. So make a new remote. And maybe we ice HQ. Something like that. Raindrops cut stone. So if, yeah, he gets a card for each subroutine that resolves. Is it worth it then? So we rest the Veritas. That gives us 2 credits. Yeah, it's worth it. But he gets a lot of cards. But yeah, we should be happy with this trade. Well, so yes, I could draw to discard the GFIs, but then your first turn, you're essentially doing nothing. So I'd rather delay it if it's possible. And looks like it is. You're kind of lucky that he accessed Sandstone, so he's not able to trash anything. So Dunsch says it's uploaded on NRDB. If you search for Dunsch as author, it should be first or second deck that pops up. Okay, cool. Can check right now, maybe. Author Dunsch. This one. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can. I can have a look at that. So sure gamble and discarding labor rights. Okay. So we got the Maryland rolling. Yeah, now we have a pretty classic problem against Freedom, where he can trash this sort of for free. So I feel like we need to put Sandstone in front. Also want to pitch the GFIs, kind of. So I want to be drawing. And we want to install the ice in front of server 2. There we go. So now we can pitch the GFIs. This keeps the Maryland alive, hopefully. It could be Botulus, I guess. Obelus and running R&D. Okay, so it looks like a Tagme freedom. Which could be really bad for us if we don't get tag punishment early enough. Ad Blitz? We are not playing Ad Blitz. Maybe we should be. Could get back all the no. I played it in Spark sometimes. You can make like a pretty interesting Spark list with Ad Blitz. But yeah. Okay, so raindrops cut stone. Yeah, we want to stop this. So we go Sandstone. Pinhole. This sucks. Right, so Pinhole is mandatory, so we don't have to pop the Spin Doctor. I guess he could still access the Spin Doctor, but we have more spin in hand. So he might be thinking he's tricking us, but would be tricking himself in that case. Yeah, it's mandatory. So now he actually gets to choose. Okay, he recognizes that I was letting him do that. So we shuffle the Marilyn back. And we draw for the turn. Right, so now we can do nifty things. Econ, Rashida, and remote install spin, something like that. Seems okay. There's Yusuf. Yeah. This is scary for this deck to deal with. Because the backbone of our card engine is... Oh, that was a mistake. The backbone of our card engine is... Sorry, our econ engine is our assets. So if we don't get to get the money from our assets, we can't even play the tag punishment cards. So, but now we get some money from Rashida. So we need the eyes to protect the assets. And then we draw. Right, so now we have a bunch of assets. And that is where we want to be. Launch campaign can give us money. Yeah, launch campaign is nice. We want to get those rolling if he doesn't trash them. And he can't... Well, he could trash all of them. He goes pretty low if he does. And I think... Since this looks like a Tagme list, maybe I just pitch the hard-hitting news. I kind of like the other cards in my hand. Yeah, let's go for that. Actually, I guess pitching Urban Renewal is better. Because what are the odds that Freedom is going to let that live? Okay, you can trash Economic Warfare. Now he's still... Yeah, he's sort of incentivized to go up in hand size. There we go. Now he's going for it. But now he could lose here. Because he's gonna go to... He's gonna go to 3 tags. Yeah, it continues. Sees the Urban. That is one of the better ones for him to get rid of. I mean, for me. The other ones are more important. Right, so he's at 8 cards, so we need both End of the Line and Boom to have a kill. So we're resting all of these. And guess we get a card with wall to wall. Is that it? Maybe just credit, I'm not sure. A card is fine. Then we install like 3 things. Yeah, the urbans are not great, but it's something we force him to check. Makes a run on Rashida. That's the one he wants to hit. It trashes it. He's checking the unknown ones, which makes it more likely that the other ones are going to survive. He can trash this with freedom. Now question if he's going to check this one. Purging is starting to look good. Yeah, resing urban and purging doesn't seem that bad. Take a credit then, and we purge. So then, yeah, you can't freedom both of these. And you can't pop the fermenter for a bunch of money. And want to pop the launch campaign for a gaslight so we can get the tag punishment of our choice. Oh, he gets a steal. Because it's still the case that end of the line plus boom is a kill. We just need enough cash to do it. Okay, so he's going for the urban. So 1 click left. Another fermenter. Okay, so the launch campaign is going to pop. We get a 0 cost card. And we can choose between Gaslight, Rashida, and the Excavator. Yeah, so we need 7 credits to do our thing. So we get Gaslight, server 2. Do we get the draw then? With wall to wall. I think it's still money. We need to protect this. Credit. Install the spin. So if the spin draws into one of the pieces, then Gaslight can get the other one. And now he's got to think. I mean, if we win this matchup, then it's great, because this seems like one of the trickier ones to pull off. Runs R&D. So Yusuf needs to... Yeah, Yusuf can get through the sandstone and the border control, I guess, but I can pop it and get an Afshar. And then server 2 shouldn't be possible to contest. Now he's running the spin. So we'll rest the spin. And yeah, do we shuffle anything back? Is there anything we really want here? The econ would be nice, perhaps. Rashida, possibly. Or does that... Maybe I'm just making it less likely that I'll find my pieces. Econ, Rashida, yeah. Yeah, because if I don't pop, he has to use Freedom to get rid of it for free, I guess. Or pay 2 credits, which I'm fine with. So we draw for the turn. Not time to use Gaslight. Excavator. Yeah, God of War could break Afshar. Yeah, here I think we just spam all the assets. We can't really stop him from getting the Gaslight. We can purge, but then we have to discard, and then he just gets the counters again. Okay, plays Steelskin, pops a Fermenter. So I guess he's thinking about whether or not to contest this Gaslight. And this is basically our only way to win, I think. Yeah, taxing him with our eyes is very hard. So getting a kill off is pretty important. Or sorry, it might be the only way. So he's running HQ. Well, that's interesting. Okay, instead of popping, he's running HQ. Okay. So we can fire. Yeah, that's fine. So he doesn't lose the 2 because he's at 0, which is why he's going for this. He sees a border control. Yeah, and pretty soon we're going to be out of time, I guess. Because if he gets to 11 max hand size, we can't win anymore. Which will be next turn, I guess. So I suppose I fucked up. Okay. Azif. Oh, how did he get another tag? Oh, from Veritas, of course. Okay, never mind. Yeah. This may be something I should have thought about. We don't actually want him to get more tags. Yeah, unfortunately, we have no way to recur the booms and stuff either. Trash as a fermenter. Okay. So let's think if there's like anything we can do. I mean, I can try to... Yeah, I can try to run him out of cards. It is a weird matchup. By playing the boom. Now, I did put the urbans in the wrong server if I'm going to try to just like tax him on cards. Yeah, it's a really bad spot. I probably should have... Yeah, I'm not sure. I really wanted to get that kill. You can try to win by putting urbans in the remote and then, you know, taxing him on cards, but I don't think that really works. Yeah, because our ice doesn't stop him from running. Yeah, only 11 damage. Might be fair to just concede here. But let's try to do something. Yeah, let's get a Marilyn in a new remote, and let's pop this one too for a boom. We draw mandatory. Just play the boom before he can trash it, of course. And what else? Yeah, I don't think I can tax him. If he realizes that, then I'll probably just concede. I don't think there's a way from here. We can hope he just lets us score this. But there should be no way. Yeah. Freedom is always a problem matchup here. Oh, counter surveillance. That's an interesting call. Yeah, that's... And he's gonna draw 7 as well. Asif. Yeah. This matchup is terrible. Okay, GG, well played. Okay, so I will try the Loss deck. But first, I'm gonna take a short break. Okay, I will be right back. We're gonna play some Loss. All right, we are back, and we've been great at achieving loss, but can we play loss? That's a different question. So let's have a look at this deck by Dunsch. It was requested. And yes, so let's have a look. It's a lost deck. Let's see what it's trying to do. So Anakim is the console. We got Galter, Cat's Cradle, Tycoon, and then what else? Sneak Door. So the full rig would be all those. Then you're using all your memory for that. And then there's a huge amount of events, which I guess is why Anakim is in the deck. So Bravado, Carpe Diem, Commission, Deuces, Laundries. We got some normal cards here, but then we also got Emergency Shutdown, which is kind of nice to play in loss. Forged Activation Orders, force them to rest ice, Labor Rights, Mutual Favor. Yes. So, and Tycoon. So I'm not loving Tycoon. And I'm not loving some other ideas. So I'm gonna take this and use it like as inspiration. And let's see what we come up with. Let's see what he says about the Tycoon. Nope, it doesn't say anything, right? No. Okay. So we have the deck here. Let's have a look. So I want paperclip, I think. So you can break. So this one breaks for cheap. But giving them money if you're playing Econ Denial just seems wrong to me. So I want the paperclip. And I'm gonna play one copy of each breaker and play 2 mutual favors. Because it's too many dead draws. Of course, we will probably just lose against some kind of rig shoot deck now. But I feel like I don't know, you kind of have to accept that as Crim, that you're not good against those things. And Labor Right seems too ambitious. It's going to take a while before we can use it. And if we're up against net damage or whatever, which is probably where we would have the time. Oh, I removed the deuces. Let's put it back for now. I feel like the chance that we would already lose it to the ping damage is pretty high. So, okay. So, we have one Nuka for draw as well. Not sure. Do we have enough draw with Nuka and Anikam? So Crim does have a draw problem, but especially if you're on Anikam, I prefer to try to solve this with Diesel. So let's cut these and put Diesel in. So we got 3 Diesels. Bravado, Carpe Diem, Boomerang, Wake Implant. Oh, that's the one that so we can get extra accesses. Yes. So I find that you only want to have one of these, just to limit the amount of dead draws. So let's do 1. And Boomerang. So 2 boomerangs in there. I feel like if we're going for this loss strategy, we want to go all in on Emergency Shutdown, because that's what he's all about. So let's try to play 3 of those. Because we can do things like force them to rest something on the remote, then run HQ, then play Emergency Shutdown. Also, since we're playing so many events, maybe one prepaid voice bad isn't too bad. To cat. Yeah, I know. But then, you know, when the actual competition happens, you know, who knows what faction or deck I'll be playing, you know? Maybe it's just an Anarch who doesn't care about your rig shooting. Well, there's Arc Lockdown, but it's much trickier. Also against Shaper with Symbol Chips. Crim sort of just like survives underneath the shelter of Anarch and Shaper. It's being shepherded by those. And no free lunch. Is it an old list? It was February. Was that before the Drago ban? Maybe. Because you don't need that no free lunches anymore, I would say. And what else are we doing? So we have a decent amount of draw. We have your gamble. Inside job. Do we need 3 boomerangs? Maybe not. Let's be on 2 boomerang. You can. I know you'll be on Arc Lockdown. I know. It's okay. I'll pre-install the breakers. Don't worry. Well, maybe the prepaid isn't. So how many of these can actually be used in conjunction with prepaid? So there's 2, 5, 8 of them that cannot, but the rest can. So it's 21. It's pretty good. What else? Okay, so what are we doing? We're running things, and yeah, daily casts. That's probably a good idea. Some more money in the deck. We need to fund our shenanigans, right? Yeah, so we can like if we're forcing reses and stuff, maybe Hernando Cortez is like something we should be playing. I'm not sure. Hernando can be nice. I've seen people play like DJ Fenris just to get Reyna when they play Loss, so that the resing is costing more. And you can play Xanadu as well, I suppose. But you have a bit of a you have a problem against Tiny Ice, I think. Like, what do you do against Tiny Ice? Because your whole deal is de-ressing stuff, forcing resses and de-ressing stuff. If you're up against an MBN deck with like a bunch of IP blocks, pings, turnpikes, and stuff like that, you don't have a lot of good targets, unfortunately, and sustained value. So how do we hit them over time? How do we close the game out? Do we play something like Exploit? Yeah, I feel like if we're going to be de-ressing a lot, then maybe we need to increase the rest cost. But that's a bit of a slow plan. Xanadu is like 2 influence. Yeah, probably we'll leave it alone. Rely on Hernando. What else can we do? Should we play Exploit? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's prepaid. Trying to hit HQ. So do we play like Docklands Pass or something like that? Yeah, I'm having a hard time deciding on these last slots. So we should have standard cards. And I like the Zenith chip. But we do have the draw from Anakim, so maybe we don't need this. Yeah, so there's Panweave. If we're going to be hitting HQ, can steal some money combined with Sneak Door. Yeah, so like the problem is I don't think these decks work, but we're going to try to make the most of it, and Panweave might fit in this plan. Actually, you know what? Since we're going to have problems with our ability to break ice late game, I think we want to... Well, Cat's Cradle, I guess, makes sense because makes the code gates harder to res, and then we can de-res. So okay, that's fine. Let's try it. We're gonna give it a chance at least. And then maybe there's a program. Tapworm, is that a thing? What do we want here? Yeah, maybe the way we deal with small ice is having Jesvi. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're just gonna jam. We just need to jam something in here and then try this deck. Yeah, Jesvi suggested by Armin. But the problem is, like, we don't have space for it in our rig, and we kind of want Sneak Door Beta in the full rig, like almost always. Well, so DNA Tracker is going to be held to break, but on the other hand, we can de-res it with the E-Shutdown. So maybe we play 2 Sneak Doors because it's an important card in the deck. I think so. Yeah, let's go with another Sneak Door. Because, like, if they rest an ice on HQ, we want to be able to easily hit HQ without, like, running through the ice on HQ. So let's try this. I'm not convinced, but, you know, we're trying. So we're going to call this just Talon Loss, sort of. And make Jinteki format and a runner deck. So to Diogenes, saying Panweave is not as good as Dockland. I would say, like, I agree with you in general, but at the same time, now we're trying to do econ denial. So I'm trying something different out just because of that. Maybe Panweave is just trash, but yeah, that's the plan anyway. I've tried decks like these a long time ago, and I haven't been able to get something that really feels great. Maybe you could play Docklands and the other one. So about posting the decks, I don't think I'll post these because it'll just be too spammy. Oh, our opponent left. Because I'd be posting like 5 different deck lists or whatever. I don't want to just bloat Netrunner DB like that. But so you would have to check the stream for them. I might put timestamps in the stream so you can check when I'm making the decks. Or I could put them in the description maybe, if that's something that people want. Yeah, so I'm brutal in that way. I will just make, I will make what I want out of it based on my experience in the game, and that might be worse than what you're trying, but yeah, I've certain like predefined opinions based on my play so far in the game, and so certain things I'm just going to be like, no, this has to go, that has to go, and so on. So it's not so it's may not be doing like just like in the case with Quilana, as as they pointed out, that I don't like the character of the deck might change a lot. And that's just because I have opinions on like things like certain decks feel like they don't work, and so I'll just cut them right away. Okay, we already got an opponent, but hopefully it's somewhat interesting to see the deck being picked apart, you know. So we're up against Sedated Fork, but he's thinking about deck. Okay, there we go. Oh, this ID. I've actually never played against this. When he scores an agenda that he didn't install or advance this turn, place 1 power counter on the identity. Okay, so he basically gets an extra point for all of those. Interesting. This could be terrible. We have Forged and Emergency Shutdown. I like that part. But this might be the kind of deck that like barely even plays ice. Sure, this seems fine. Curious what he's trying to do with this. Yeah, so the general theme of the stream is... Oh, okay. Just Ice HQ. Is, we sort of just tinker with ideas. So there could be Forged... Sneak Door E Shutdown on this ice. If it's rest, we gain the money. Let's try. Hopefully it's an expensive ice. And then it's gonna work. Nope, it's a diviner. Oh man. That's so bad. Okay. So we diesel. And okay, we got the wake implant. Yeah, I think I'll just run R&D. We see Ivik, okay. That one is at least expensive for now. It gets a 1 credit discount at the moment. And it's one that deals 2 net damage. Okay, so we get the daily cast down. So far, this kind of looks like a startup deck because it's we've only seen decks that are legal in startup, but so a new card. Yeah, so we could face check the Ivik, but then we might just lose the emergency shutdown. So we'll draw. Aha, and there it is. Forged activation orders. So that's probably good. Oh, oh, we're getting so screwed. It's another diviner. It wasn't the Ivik. Okay. No worries. No worries. We'll just... I don't know. I don't even know what to do. Just take credit. It's probably a good idea not to reveal the sneak door right away. Because maybe we get an ice placed on a non-archive server then. Okay, there's ice. And so triggering loss is possible. Book Alter, we can't really afford to lose that. Okay, so we do Alter, Sneak Door. Back to him. Well, what I'm trying to do is force a res and then not lose the emergency shutdown so that we can de-res. So my plan is to like draw bravado this server, and if we don't lose the E shutdown, no, sorry, we can only draw one time. So draw. Well, we shouldn't even bravado then. Draw. Oh, there's another bravado. Yeah, we want to get evic rest and then de-res. And if we install the problem is with installing the wake plant is we might lose this. So, okay. Yeah, I don't want to lose that card, so I'm just going to face check. And this better be the evic. Otherwise, I'm real mad. Oh, it's not resing. Okay. Lacosta grid. We don't really care. Arctic Cipher. And we lose the E shutdown immediately. Okay, so at least we know that we don't have to... Yeah, we don't have to trash this. So I could just install the wake implant and go for HQ, but then I risk dying to snare. So I don't really like it. Pre-resting the Lacosta seems wrong. So I'll draw. And yeah, I guess wake implant now. I feel like maybe the best lost decks are the really grindy ones with Rubicon switch, where you just keep flipping their ice face down. So we draw, because otherwise we can't steal oboes, right? I guess he could have pitched with Spin Doctor if he was really worried. Or is that a bluff? We still get counters though on the implant, so it's not a waste. Let's try this. Seamless launch. Yeah, that's the combo. You can advance something with Lacoste and a seamless launch. So do we think this... Because I could boomerang and bravado this, but then I die to snare. But we have to take some risks, I guess. No? Wait, what is Evic doing again? Could break it. Alright, fuck it. I feel like I have to take some risks with this deck. Yeah, it's Evic. Break. Continue. So it's not snare, that's for sure. Obokata, okay. We can trash the cost, I guess. Or next turn, I mean, I could just... I guess we want to trash this regardless. I guess having a miss bones in the deck would be decent. So next turn we can triple draw Inside Job to get the oboe, potentially. So he's just advancing it. I guess threatening to double seamless score. That's not the worst thing that could happen to us. I guess let's see what we draw. What do we die to? Punitive? We died to Punitive. We haven't seen any influence. Wonder if this would be a Punitive deck. Yeah, but double seamless, he doesn't want to do the double seamless until he gets the ID trigger. But still, I don't really want to go for it when we can die to Punitive. Yeah, I don't think he has it either. Feels like bait, but I mean, we already saw one seamless, so who knows? Yeah, he's going for it. Okay. It's fine. But yeah, basically he's at 4 points now. So gotta get rid of the spin. Probably pitched an agenda there. And this is probably a good idea, a good time to potentially get rid of snares in HQ if there are any. So we could hit that a few times. Anansi, okay. He doesn't really have the money for it. Retribution, okay, that's good to know. Then maybe we don't run last click. Because no, actually, snare can't be triggered. We're fine running again, I guess. We see something new. Longevity Serum. Okay, good steal. Good steal. And we saw a new card every time, so that's pretty good. We have a million counters on the Wake Implant as well. And an ice on Archives. So we diesel. Yeah, what's the ID here? A mutual favor for Cradle or something? Get the Cradle. Bravado Archives. And he pitched an ice before. Okay. So just drawing cards. Could be an Urtica, of course. But we don't have that many important cards in hand, so it's okay. Avocado. Just like that. I mean, we'll steal it. And would draw up. Would be crazy if we actually win this game. But yeah, we have multi-access, so we can do something like Diesel, run R&D, and just only costs 3 to get in. And we can see 3 cards. Okay, clicking for credit means Snare is active, but we can doof too. We could doof, we could Diesel doof, E shut down on the Evic. We don't know what's in server 2. Finally get the console. Yeah, I think we doof. And we can break this. And something can be rest here in between. Moonpool. So he's using it right now, but why? There doesn't seem to be a reason to do it now. So that's tricky. Shuffle back Oboe and Nisei. If this is a Nisei and he has a Seamless in hand, that's game. It could also be Arctica Cipher, of course. But I don't want to lose to the Nisei, so I'm going to check this. It's probably Arctica. No, it's Regenesis. Okay. Nice. Okay, then we're doing good. It wasn't Arctica, so we're doing good. Yeah, so we can just check R&D. 3 cards. See 3 cards with this. Arctica, we don't like it. We can trash. NGO, we can also trash. We can also trash this NGO. We just trash everything and run again. Don't care about the spin really. Okay, so we can sneak door. Vasilisa. Yeah, so Anakin, he shut down is kind of nice. I mean, I could do it on the Evic. I just feel like he's not gonna go for a score right now, but maybe he is. There's this Spin Doctor instead. Popping it right away. Does he know about paid ability windows? Okay, so we can credit doof. For value. and counters. Okay, so his deck is a little bit scary because, I mean, you don't know if he has like 2 Seamless in hand and this is a 4-2 and he can just score it and win. Oh, emergency shutdown though. So we could check that. Trick of light. Right, so that is also useful with the ID. We can check this card. Artica. It's okay. Do we trash it? It's 2 to trash. Do we even care? I don't think so. Needs to advance it to make use of it, and then yeah. And we can actually use the cash to break. Yeah, so drawing, and now we hit R&D, and now we can use the power counters. Ike, Seamless, Artica again. I don't really want to pay for it. Hedge fund. Yeah, so I'm guessing Archives is Anansi. We can just draw another card. Okay, so it's Ike, Seamless. Okay, is it that you did not install or advance this turn? Right, so you can't just install from hand and do this. Oh, but he was able to play the hedge fund. Okay, so if this is Anansi, we lost all the emergency shutdowns. Kind of seems like he's hiding something in Archives. So he's advancing the rest Urtica so he can play Trick of Light later. Yeah, I'll run Archives, let him rest the Anansi. I feel like he's pitching agendas in there. Oh, it's an Ivik. Well, that fires. Yeah, we're running into these longevity issues. So he's drawn 1 card. And then there was Seamless is on top right now. Then after there was Urtica. And then there was Hedge Fund. So we draw, and daily casts. Only 1 point left. Yeah, we still don't have the last breaker. Just pitching more stuff into Archives. So there's sure gamble. Now we would love that Shazvi. We draw. Okay, Boomerang is something we can break Evic with in a reasonably cheap way. So he's drawn the Seamless now. Should be Erdica on top. Or we can just click for credits. Actually, the Boomerang thing is more expensive than just running HQ directly. Yeah, I'll do that because we want to have 3 counters for when we eventually go for R&D. Seamless, take a credit. Yeah, I could Boomerang Archives just to check what's there. So very probably this is Erdica, but I kind of don't mind checking it though. Take 4 damage. We lose our last boomerangs. It's fine, so long as we don't lose. Yeah, so we can... This we trash. Then he has to advance the other one more before playing the Trick of Light. Doof is nice. Panweave. Okay. Right, so now we can see 4 fresh cards out of R&D. I think drawing one first might make sense in case we hit a snare and see an oboe. Paperclip. Okay, let's try. This game is so silly. Like, how have we not seen another agenda yet? Right, so we see 3 more cards. Yep. Diviner, Anansi, Seamless. What is happening? He seriously put all of them in. Okay, Diviner, Seamless. Anansi, and Spin Doctor. Okay, now I'm convinced they're in archives. So I can doof. He can't get to spin on his next turn. He could have Moonpool or whatever, but if I doof, I guess he can still do it. Yeah, so I could post on the Discord Slack. I just figured I shouldn't be spamming people with it. I don't know if it's something people would appreciate or something that would just annoy them. So I'm trying to strike the right balance. So I did the announcement on the Discord and Slack and figured that I shouldn't spam after. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Like if yeah, I don't know what's the right thing to do there. So I think, I guess we need the paperclip to get in. Draw. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, that was stupid. I'm tired today. I figured I could doof and do this, but I can't. So how do we do this then? I could have just installed the paperclip, I guess. Oh, there. Wait, is there a streams channel? Where is that? Is that on GLC? Okay, this is a big fuck up. Okay, we go pan weave. It's probably wrong. Can doof away the credits. Okay, so he's drawing diviner. Takes money. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will do that. So long as they can do it in a way where they only post the Netrunner streams, because I guess people wouldn't want to know about the other ones, because I do other games as well. Okay, so we can do HQ and run archives. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll ask. Okay, there's got to be some in archives, right? Has to be. I'm getting desperate. No, nothing in archives. What is happening? Okay. Yeah, this could have been 3 Nightmare Archives. This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, I guess I still want to be collecting. Yeah, there was a Jemison deck with Meteor Mining. It wasn't it wasn't any good, as you might imagine, but I tried. Trick of Light. We just take money. I think Anansi is the next card they will be drawing now. Credit, credit, credit. Pitching. This is just insane. Okay. There has to be an agenda somewhere, right? There's Regenesis in the deck. Like, come on. Okay, so next turn we can potentially hit R&D, see 4 more cards, and maybe one of those will be an agenda. We did see Nisei before. Drawing another card. Drawing a lot of cards. I wonder if this is to shuffle back agendas. Because shuffling back actually increases my chances of winning, probably. So do we run the spin just to fake? I guess we kind of don't want to trash it, but no, we could trash, click for 2, and then run R&D and get in. Okay. Yeah, so they're popping. In Geofront and 1 unseen. Okay, let us get into R&D. Come on. This, yeah, if this is not game, I don't know what to do. Then I quit. I just quit. Three extra cards, please. La Costa, Otoroshi, Artica, Snare. I mean, Okay. Well, okay, we know this can't be Urtica. So it's safe to run that one at least. Moon Pool. I mean, I guess we don't trash that either. I'm just completely stunned. Yeah, 1 HP left. This is so silly. Yeah, it's like unexpected grinder. Well, so there's a retribution. There could be another retribution in hand. Maybe I could actually figure out what's in HQ based on what has been drawn, but I'm not sure. I think there's like 2 seamless and like, how is this possible? It's a 45 card deck. 9 of the points are oboes, 1 longevity. What else are the agendas? We saw Nisei. We don't know if it's a one-off, but in order to fill out this suite, you would need like, so you're at 9, 11. Regenesis brings you to 14. So presumably you have 3 Niseis. Is there another retribution? Is that like what's going on? Yeah, I don't know. We've barely seen any influence. There's like 2 on Vasilisa. Well, no, that's not true. There's like 6 influence in Seamless Launch, 1 in Retribution, that's 7. Vasilisa brings that to 9. I think we've accessed like 12 or 16 cards with the with the Wake Implant. So there's still room for end of the line, but there's like nothing else that tags in the deck. Vasilisa tags, I guess. Okay, so this one... Alright, we'll just leave it, clear the tag, we'll play around it. But you get this experience only once in every like 100 Netrunner games where you see like a billion cards and the agendas are just not there. They somehow they are somewhere else, you know. Yeah. What plan do we go for? Do we still keep the same idea? So credit run. I guess so. Build up our counters while draining some money. Eventually running R&D again. We can't die to snare still. Moonpool trashing cards. Okay, so getting rid of the agendas. But that's sort of okay, right? Reveal Nisei Mark II from archives. Did he shuffle back? Oh, he places advancement. Okay, we access Seamless. Just take a credit. Like this game is so weird. Just taking money. Okay. So we still want more counters on this, I guess. We run HQ. Break this. And I should be keeping track of how many of the cards we've seen, but I'm not. Or how many of the cards that we saw that were drawn. It should be 2 now. Okay, another card on HQ. We've seen Diviner and Anansi. And Aiki. Okay. I think the Diviner is on R&D. So when was the latest wake implant? I think this is the latest one. Snare. 1 turn. 2 turns. 3 turns. Okay, so next turn we can go for it. You just click for money. We'll see 3 from R&D. Yeah, I could tank a Diviner. Drawing. There should be a billion agendas in Seamless on Urtica? Is that to save them for later for Trick of Light? But that doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Must be something I am not seeing. Okay, but anyway, we're gonna try to win. And there's no money for Snare. So that's good. Actually, yeah, so the reason I'm not running HQ is if there's Anemone, we die. And I don't know if there's Anemone in the deck. And I feel like if there was an Anemone on R&D, it would have been rest. Okay, come on. La Costa. Oboe. NGO. Oh no. Why? Okay, La Costa, Oboe, NGO. This is painful. Just pure dread. Okay. Yeah, we keep playing around potential Anemone, even though it looks like the list does not have them. So La Costa is drawn. Trick of Light. Install and Trick of Light. But this always gonna score something anyway. A Nisei. So there was a Nisei in hand somehow that I just kept missing. Crazy. Okay, so now there's not money to res Anemone. So let's go for HQ. And we can break this. We get the counter and we take money, and now Oboe should be drawn. So that, I think, is the Oboe. Yeah, and you can score that. You can seamless, advance. But you can't seamless advance if I run with pan weave. We can check 3 cards on R&D if we run HQ first. That could be Ike too, I guess. So I got to think about that. What if it's Ike? So Ike, then it costs 2 to res because of Cat's Cradle. And then the Ike is 4 to break. So then I wouldn't get into wouldn't get into R&D or HQ. It wouldn't be worth it, but I would survive, and I could still hit R&D after and see 2 cards. Actually, no, I get the money from loss if there's a res, so it's fine, I think. Oh, this is so weird. Okay, yes. We match the strength. And yeah, break the net damage. Pay 0. We don't want to draw cards. And I have to think. So we could run here, but Panweave doesn't actually give us money if he has no money. So it's 3 just to get another counter. We can click for 2 credits and then check 3 cards. Is that what we want? Okay, so let's think about it. There's 2 Niseis left. I don't think any of them are in hand. And I think there's 2 Regenesis left as well. And I don't think any of those are in hand. So I think I jack out. I think I jack out. Break this. We want to save the money to get into archives because I feel like he's hiding agendas there. We see extra cards. Oh, finally. Oh my god. Yep. Well, that was a game. That's oof. So, funnily enough, loss gave us a win. All right. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the last game of today. It's late. That game took way longer than I expected, but it was fun. I don't think the Lost deck is any good, but you could probably make a better version than I have here. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. Um, if anyone is most of the Netrunner players just want to watch Netrunner, but there's going to be a Yu-Gi-Oh stream, Yu-Gi-Oh retro stream on Monday if anyone wants to tune into that. So just letting you guys know. And I'm going to be back sometime next week with a Netrunner stream, not planned yet. And I probably will follow Kat's advice and all that and put the link to the streams in GLC. So I'll check that out. But thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. This was fun. I might do more of the viewer request streams if people enjoy it. But the next one is going to be some kind of pre-planned idea, probably. Yeah. Have a good day.